Yo, 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 yo. Let's get this show on the road, or what the saying is. So, the majority of last week, I think, if I recall correctly, was spent on finalizing the last 10% of the apparel system. And a usual saying is the last 10% takes as much time as the first 90% or something like that. I don't know. I'm not good with numbers. But it turned out that the last 10%, which I thought I knew how to take care of, was a bit harder than I anticipated. So let's just summarize it real quick. I already have a pretty detailed apparel system in place where you define apparel by which body parts they cover. You can add a lot here, and you add how tight they are. This was what I had to rely on previously, and stuff like that, and it pretty much works. We have some constraints as well, like if we should offset the armature or if we should add body colliders to the apparel and stuff like that. It's a pretty nice system, and I mean, it works, but one of the biggest problems, which is pretty usual when it comes to apparel, is the problem of clipping. And I'm talking about skin clipping through pants, shirts, and I'm talking about undershirts clipping through overshirts, shirts clipping through gloves, and yeah, just clipping in general. And I had this idea that if we UV unwrapped the character mesh in a good way, so that we can draw data to a texture based on how occluded a spot on the skin is. So for instance, we UV unwrap the character such that we have a nice 2D representation of the foot, for instance, on a texture. Then if we take on a pair of socks, we will draw to that texture how far the socks are from the foot. So maybe a value of 0.1, and we will put that in the blue channel or whatever. And then when we draw the skin, we check the skin here is at a distance of 0 from the skin. So we compare that value to whatever value is in the texture. If we have the socks on, the value in the texture is bigger, and we discard the foot pixels. And this works. Like, I actually got a little bit surprised by how easy and straightforward it was. The biggest problem turned out to be how to properly UV unwrap the mesh in such a way that we get as as less artifacts as possible. Firstly, I unwrapped the mesh in small pieces, pretty much unwrapped it similar to these. So the head was one piece, the neck was one piece, and so on and so on. And this led to a few artifacts between the segments. So I wanted to do some UV unwrapping that made the whole body stay together pretty much. And that was a adventure, to say the least. So I was hoping that UV unwrapping the character in this way, or something similar, would solve the problem. But it led to roughly the same artifacts. Didn't really work that much better. So I hate to say it, but I might revert to the first way of UV unwrapping it. See if I can tune the UV unwrapping a tiny bit and see if we can get a better result that way. If that doesn't work, I might have to just revert to the old system or go with a modular character approach, which I really don't, because that's going to constrain me later on when I want to design new clothes. Jacoby, what's up? Damn, this stuff sounds complicated. Yeah, I suppose it is, a tiny bit. So I'm not entirely sure where exactly I left off last Friday. So let's take a look. We have prototype, and we have the render texture and the material here. We have a short tight. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, okay, so this is where we left off. Yeah, this... Jacoby, I'm from Sweden. How about you? Okay, so let's take a look before we continue. The character mesh, where do we have you? Here is the character mesh, UV layout channel 1. Okay. I did some last efforts to make this work. Yeah, let's just go with the small modular pieces and see if we can make that work. What's up, Harukanan? How are you doing today? So, yeah. Let me open up Blender again. Yeah, hopefully we won't have to leave this character like this for too long. I'm from the States, man. Oh, nice, Jacoby. Do you enjoy it over there? I mean, when it comes to this system of discarding pixels based on, like, the discard functionality works so damn good, together with the outline shader as well. Nothing to complain about. It's just the big question of what exactly we should discard. It looks so good. When you see the whole eyeball, it's kind of cool, I guess. Also a little bit disturbing. I mean, it's alright, but I would rather be from Sweden. Okay, yeah, Sweden is pretty nice, but I've heard a lot of good things about the States as well. Never been myself though, maybe in the future. Okay, so this, I also had some quick idea that maybe a projection-based UV unwrap would be best, but that would suck as well. So all in all, I think the best course of action is, let's see here, UV map, apparel, clear. The best course of action, or the best approach, is probably to, let's see here, let's open this one up and body part type. This. Just split it like this. Head, neck, upper chest, lower chest, stomach, pelvis, thigh left, thigh right, and so on. And work with this enum. But we don't have shoulders here. Do I need to have shoulders? Upper arm. Nah, probably not. Then we have the elbow. I think like this is the best course of action. Yeah. Okay, so that's upper arm, left, right, elbow, left, right, forearm, left, right, and hand, left, right. Do want to put one line like this as well, so we get so it properly unwraps, you know. But we're gonna do that soon. So when it comes to the head, maybe about here is the, yeah. And when it comes to the neck, I'm wondering, is this too low or not low enough? Is this? What's up, Brandon? Yeah, let's use this as a neck. And then we actually have upper chest, lower chest, stomach, pelvis. So let's start from the bottom. I wonder, is this... The pelvis should be... Is this too high for the pelvis? Maybe not. Upper chest, lower chest, stomach. Where do I want to, like, is this roughly where the stomach ends, or is it here? But then we have upper chest and lower chest as well. It's gonna be... Wonder if this is upper chest. Then lower chest and stomach are pretty much whatever. And the pelvis, we want to go about here, I think. feet, this might be a little bit too high, but yeah, I don't know. Jacoby, have you decided what to charge for this game? No, not yet. We're pretty far from release, I would say. So I haven't really thought about it. Okay, something like this. Can I build a apparel system with this? I guess this one is pretty... Maybe not the... Like, is this one really needed? This should probably be enough. You dev all by yourself? Yes, right now I do. Right now I do. Okay, and then I want to draw a line that's not... Oh, that's actually true. Harukanan over on Twitch said that, no you don't, we are here as moral support. And yes, that is true. That is true. And I appreciate it. So now I want to draw some seams that I don't want them to be too visible. So the bottom of the arm is a pretty safe bet, I think. When it comes to the arms. As for the rest, I don't know. Is it... Oops. Oh, let's mark that seam. And then conformal, I don't know. I'm pretty sure this is the best approach. Gonna have to do it a little bit better though. Correct aspect. Yeah, I guess. Haha, we all deserve to be in the credits for the game. Yeah, some of you do, definitely. Okay, so this line is good. Probably gonna have a similar line down here. I wonder if I want to do it here. Where's that to? How about here? Probably just do it here. Okay, and then we have the back as well. Back and head, probably head is not that important, but something like this, I think. Head. I want to see this one. Does it? Do I want to add a... maybe. Yeah, that's probably better. Make a scalp seam, yeah. Like this. That should work, right? Now it's only the hands and feet left, I think. Brandon, why that looks like some cell? I don't understand. Face and ears. Yeah. Do I want to cut out the face here? Maybe I do. But I wonder... so something like this, then I assume. What's up, Geralt? How are you doing today? So then we have the face here. Ah, that's a pretty good. Where do we have the head? Is it this one? Yeah, and then we have the ears as well. Actually, do I want to do... yeah, why not? Ears, I don't know. I don't know if I care about those too much, actually. Wonder if I just want to just keep it like this. What's up, Cypher? Thank you so much. How are you doing today? Have you recovered from last week's UV unwrap adventure? I hope you have, because we're still at it. Okay, and then we go to the hands. I think we should have a pretty good line about... we have a good line here, but it's not that visible, I don't think. Is it this one? Yeah, okay, it's semi-good. It's semi-good. Yeah, then it was this ugly little... oh well. I'm down for more. Damn, you mad. What a madman. Nah, but actually going for the much easier UV unwrap that we first did, and see if I can make that one work a little bit better. Fucking love this hand you unwrap. Beautiful. Looks pretty cool. Okay. I probably want to do a I think I might be doing a custom geometry node solution today, because I want to automate as much as possible. So I might want to, like previously I manually painted the blue vertex color channel on the apparel, but I might actually like make a geometry node solution that measures to the closest vertex on the character mesh and paint the distance into as vertex color. So yeah. This looks like how one would go about doing a set of clothes. Like, these are pretty nice UV unwraps, isn't it? Like, if we would have gloves in the game that only that doesn't cover the fingertips, something like this would be, like this unwrap would be perfect. Yeah, we'll see. And then the feet, that's the one that is left, right? And wish I could just do this, but probably want to do this, but not entirely. Well, maybe up to here. Or actually, do I want to do it? Yeah. Fuck, is this a good UV unwrap for what I want to use it? I don't think so. This music in your voice is so relaxing. Thank you, partly. Appreciate it. Let's go with this for now. I'm not entirely sure about it, but yeah, whatever. I think also the feet is probably the least important. I'm gonna regret having said that, I think. Okay, something like this. Can I make the unwrap even nicer for my purpose? 0.02, 0.05. That's too small. 0.01 is pretty good. Is this actually the best way to unwrap this? Looks like we have a few spots open here. Fill holes. I don't fill holes. Thank you, Jacobi, as well. Appreciate it. Okay, let's go with this. I don't really virtually fill holes in mesh before unwrapping to better avoid overlaps and preserve symmetry. Okay, let's do conformal and fill holes. Okay, let's try with this UV unwrap style. I think it's good enough. I'm a little bit worried here that my animation character main... am I gonna have to re-render the... let's do it. Clear parent. Probably gonna have to regenerate the game rig, but that's okay. Character mesh, source, control rig. And this one still has the, yeah. So this is the UV map apparel. And this is the original UV, okay. Hopefully it won't crash, but unfortunately it will probably take a minute. And hopefully it's the first and last time I do this today. This generating game rig. So every time we do some small change to the character mesh, we need to regenerate the game rig and such. But it's okay. Armature, character mesh. Okay, hopefully nothing drastically changed. Okay, nice, we have other UVs now, obscuring things here. Good. Jesus fucking Christ. This looks like something from a nightmare. What the fuck? Okay. We're changing to horror. I'm not gonna lie. I'm starting to think that might be a great idea. Arth Dev Life, what's up? Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. And hopefully you had a nice stream. If I remember correctly, you raided me last Thursday, I think. We're pretty much at the same place as the last time you raided us. UV unwrapping for the purpose of apparel occlusion. Yeah. But hopefully with a little bit of a more relaxed approach, a more polished approach, I can make this work. I'm not giving up on it just yet. Okay. Okay, T-pose like this, and I wonder if I want to go... If I want to do the custom geometry node solution from the start. I don't know. Do I? Let's see. Okay, but first of all, I want to check... Ooh, I need to double check one thing. The character mesh, if we have the correct UV here. Channel 0, channel 1. Beautiful. Okay. And then we take this one. So instead of relying on edit data transfer, I might as well do my own geometry node solution that transfers the UVs, but also paints the vertex colors. That would be extremely nice if I could get that in place. It all depends on what tools I have in geometry nodes. It's been probably half a year since I worked in it last time, and I remember it being pretty awesome back then, and that was before 4.0, so we'll see. But for now, let's just go with a simple data transfer. Character mesh, replace, and I wonder, like right now I've replaced the UVs based on face corner data. It would be so much better if I could do it on face data, I think. But yeah, that doesn't work. Although UVs, islands precision. I'm going to experiment more with these settings here, because I think we can get a way better result than. So if I apply this, what do we get? Then we get something like this. This one sucks. We have something like that. Like, I would love to be able to get rid of stuff like this. I don't know if that will be possible though. This one sucks as well. The question is, do I need to transfer edge data, UV seams? Is the result any better then? Oh yeah, no it's not, because that one sucks at transferring it. Oh yeah. Nearest corner of nearest face. Ooh, nah, still pretty shit. So I wonder if that's one drawback here. Like, we don't get the nice UV unwraps like this. And that is the biggest culprit of this one. Like, the biggest artifacts come from that, the fact that we don't get the... How far do I need to go? There we go. The fact that we don't get the seams. Nearest face interpolated. Ooh, nearest face. Projected face interpolated. That one is the worst. So probably... So nearest corner, best matching face normal is probably the best one. Wait once, what the hell happened now? Oh yeah, I haven't... Did I screw something up? Oh yeah, there we go. This is not good, I suppose. Because we don't actually get, they just ignore, if we do it like this, if we transfer UVs, they ignore the seams we have. Like, this, having this island going, like being circular like this, is that the correct word? I would much rather it just clipping. Okay, so doing extra seams doesn't really matter when we do data transfer. The option always exists to manually unwrap this and put it over the parts in question, but fuck, I would like to avoid that. Like, I want to avoid as much extra work as possible for each new set of apparel. Good morning, Soul Reaver. How are you doing today? And that's why I really do want to rely on like data transfer or a custom-made geometry node solution. But fuck, maybe I should try it. Like, maybe I should start by doing a geometry node that transfers UV coordinates based on so we don't do it on a vertex or a face corner level, we do it on an actual face level. Okay, this might be an adventure. Let's see. Let's apply that one. And do geometry node editor. Okay. Geometry nodes. New. Transfer. Let's call it transfer UV for now. I don't know if that's what I want to go. That's the name I want to use later on. Okay. Okay, let's start easy and let's just do, we send in an additional mesh and then we go through every vertex or every point. For this mesh, we find the nearest point in the other mesh and then we transfer the UVs if that's possible. We'll see. Source mesh maybe, or geometry, I guess it is. Or do I want to go with object? Yeah, let's go with object, I think, and then I want to do object info. I don't care about anything but the geometry here. Actually, let's just do a quick Google before I jump into this. Blender geometry nodes UV. Ooh, what is this? UV nodes. Is this the only UV nodes we have? That doesn't. Blender geometry nodes. Which version was this, by the way? 3.3. Yeah. sample UV surface node. What does this one actually do? The sample UV surface node finds values on a mesh surface at specific UV locations. Internally, the process is reverse UV lookup from a location in 2D space. Nah. Pack UV islands, UV unwrap node. What the fuck? Is this the only thing I actually have to work with? Point nodes. Do we have UV here? Points node. Get point blended geometry nodes. Get point UV. Vector point value position. Okay, so they just generate UV. I want to get actual UV information. The mesh grid contains a default UV. You can use it by getting the UV map attribute. What's up, Love? How are you doing today? Group input grid. Wait. The mesh grid contains a default UV. Getting the UV attribute. Yeah, this is not what I want either. Doing great, thanks. Oh, nice to hear. Hope your weekend was solid. Yes, it was. It was nice. Yours too, I hope. Okay, all I want to do is just read the UV unwrap. Modifying UV coordinates with geometry nodes. This is more what I want. Okay, so named attribute, I guess it's UV map then. Okay, so this is shader, I want geometry nodes. Named attribute, UV map. Oh, okay. So now it's making a little bit more sense. So we get it by this name here. So we want to do UV map apparel. Great. But where exactly do we read it from? Named attribute. Store named attribute. Okay, so I want to get the attribute from... Oh, fuck it, let's do it. Store name attribute. I wonder if we can get... Oh, let's do it like this. Let's see. Oh, I still want this one to be drawn. Happy to see the battle is not yet lost on your dream apparel system. Yeah, but I'm starting to like worry for my mental health. But we will see, we'll see. I just hate giving up. Like, but I do understand that I might have to. I've given myself at least this week. Not even that, actually. At least Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. If it isn't solved by Wednesday, I'm just gonna revert back to a modular system I approach. I assume. But we'll see, we'll see. So yeah, I want to do mesh, read, face area, face. Where do we have a geometry, read, normal position, radius, sample. Face of corner. Appreciate it. Okay, let's see here. It's a different way of thinking with geometry nodes, but how, like, I just want to get all the different faces, calculate the closest face here, and Blender geometry nodes, get face data. Get faces of edge? I don't want to get faces of edge, but let's see. Okay, let's check here. What do we have? Actually, I wonder if I can just do, let's see, named attribute node, attribute nodes, capture attribute. I want to capture attribute and store named attribute. Capture attribute node. So I want to do capture attribute. Vector. I would like to do it on face, but actually what is it? Value, and then I want to do named attribute, I think. Okay, so if I remember correctly, it should be, I think it's a vector, yeah. And we want to do UV map apparel like this. So for each face, can you? Not entirely sure this is how it's saved. The probably need to do face corner, but I would hope that face is the way to go. Okay, so we capture attribute for the geometry. For each face we capture the UV map apparel. Okay, want to do something similar here, but we want to do attribute, store named attribute. We want to store it by per face, and I want it to be a vector. We want to store it on this geometry. The name is UV map apparel something. Let's just copy it to make sure. And the value is this, but not entirely like this. We need to do a check as well. We need to get the closest face as well. Okay, let's see. Get closest face of other geometry. Something similar I want, I suppose. Geometry proximity. Let's see what this one does. Geometry proximity. Target position. Target faces. Source position. Yeah. When is this one from? 2023. Okay. Kind of related. Index of nearest. In the same geometry, yeah. The sample nearest node retrieves the index of the geometry element in its input geometry that is closest to the input position. But the position is... So it's all about sample position, but I'm a little bit worried about the type of sample position. Which refer to an attribute stored on. Okay. Capture attribute. I wonder if I want to wait with this one. The position here though. And face. I want to wait with that one. Okay, so now I just want to get every face from this geometry, and for them we're gonna do sample position on all of them. We're gonna get the index that is closest to each of them. We're gonna take that into index and capture attribute per index. Yeah. And in some way store it here, apply it to value. It's a little bit of a different way of thinking these geometry nodes. I just have to get into it again, I suppose. Or I hope. Distribute points on faces. Could probably do face. It's relatively straightforward to compute the center of mass for each face. I don't know. Yeah. You can just capture the position attribute on the face domain. Center of mass in each face. Yeah, that's what I thought. Something like that. You can just capture the position attribute on the face domain. So that would be capture attribute from this one. And we do vector face and position like that. Okay, so for the geometry that has this geometry nodes attached to it, we take that one and then we capture the position of each face, and that is the attribute we use as a sample position here on face. Then we get an index, and then I want to capture an attribute but I only want to do it for this index. So what is that? Actually, I think we can still do this. So for this one, we capture an attribute UV map apparel per face, which I'm a little bit skeptical about, but that's okay. So now I pretty much just want to do a filter between these. So we're going to take, and here we're going to do, I hope this is correct, store named attribute. UV map apparel value is going to be, let's see here, we want to store named attribute vector on per face. We want to store it on this geometry. I wonder if we can do this. We want to store this value, this name, and the selection is going to be, we're going to use this one to filter the selection. I think this is what I hope. Or no, that's not how we want to do it. This selection is for this geometry, I think. Oh fuck, this is, or is it? sample nearest face by this position, and then we'll get indices. Not entirely sure about this. Actually, someone must have done something similar. Let's see here. Get closest attribute. That's closest face and transfer attribute. Blender. Oops. Geometry nodes. Not. Index of nearest, no. Sample index. The fuck. Let's see. Index, geometry, value. Let's see here, sample index. Let's see. The attribute from sample index position. Okay. So I should be able to do sample index attribute this one. So it's going to be vector face attribute. And then we do value here. Okay, is this... Okay, so we have the source geometry, we have the... Okay, source mesh target geometry. So what we do is we capture attribute of the target geometry. For each face we get the position and we do sample nearest to that position. So the nearest face of this geometry we sample, and then we take that index and we sample the attribute at that index face. I think this should be about it actually. So I should be able to do, and then lastly we do store named attribute. So whatever value we get in here, we take that one and we store it per face as this attribute. Fuck it, let's try it. Okay. Source mesh, character mesh. Bam. Okay, I'm a little bit worried. I don't know if this is... Let's see if it works by doing... Let's see if it works by deleting this one, taking this one, UV unwrapping it. Okay, so now we have something like that. And then we take this one and we add modifier geometry nodes and transfer UV, character mesh. And the question is, do we see result already? No, we don't. What happens if I apply it? Do we see result? Ooh. Something happened, probably not the correct thing though. So, UV maps, UV map, apparel. If I apply this one, that one gets removed for some reason. Why? So what if... Does it get added if I add the... Let's see. Add modifier geometry nodes, transfer UV, character mesh. No, it does not. Okay. So what is actually going on here? Attribute. Okay, we actually do. We have the UV map apparel here. It doesn't get transferred as a UV map though. And that might be the problem in question. We do have... Do I need to store it as a 2D vector? I don't know. Okay, so it seems to be, or actually let's try this. Let's remove that one again. Let's go down to here and let's remove UV map apparel. Okay. Let's add it back. Character mesh. Let's see if we get, no we don't. If I apply it, then we get it. Okay. Do I really, am I gonna have to apply it to get it? That doesn't feel really good. Okay, so we get an attribute here. So per face we do actually have one attribute that is UV map apparel. It's not a UV map, however. Why not? Is it because we go with face instead of face corner? Could probably be. Jacoby, good night everyone. I will use this stream to help me fall asleep. Hopefully I can help you with that. Good night. Okay. So we do get the attribute, we just don't get it as a UV map. I'm a little bit worried that it's because we're doing faces instead of face corners. So just to make sure, let's open it up, go character mesh, and change capture attribute position. Still want to do that by face. Nah, let's go face corner. Face corner, face corner. What do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. Face corner. Okay, let's try this then instead and apply. Now we get it as a UV map. Okay, beautiful. UV map, face corner. Okay, fuck. I want to see how this one looks, and this is how it looks. That's pretty bad. Is that even remotely close to... So this is the... maybe it's not too bad, but yeah, okay, so it's good, but Jesus. It's not good, but it is what I tried to achieve. JDJSJS, I hate UV unwrapping. Yeah, same here. And that's why I'm trying to come up with a transfer solution. So I just UV unwrap this character and then I transfer the UVs to my apparel. But yeah, that is also a pain. Who could have guessed? Okay, this sucks. I do understand the logic, I think, why UVs are tied to face corners, but I hate it. So what I want to do is, like, I want to avoid these. The problems we're seeing here. I don't know if I can do it, and that's because one face corner is closest to, so a face corner here might be closest to the upper chest, while another face corner is closer to the arm, and since they're not close together in the UV coordinate space, we get stretched faces like this, and this works against everything. Okay, so what the fuck? What if I do, so sample nearest, so we go face corner, sample nearest face corner. I wonder if I want to do, did you smart unwrap? No, we did a custom unwrap. So we did custom for this character, so multiple seams, and then we just unwrap it. And now I try to take those UV coordinates and transfer them to this shirt, but I don't want to transfer them based on face corner. So I wonder if I want to do, we do per face up till this moment, and then we do face corner. I wonder if I can hack it like that. Face, 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 and then we apply. Can I do it? Yeah, we apply the whole face. I don't know. Maybe. So this one is per face. I have no idea what kind of result this will even give, but it's worth a try. Ooh. Weird, but interesting. Probably the weirdest UV unwrap I've ever seen. Per vertex. We pretty much have no interpolation between them, so each vertex has... I don't even... Okay, is this... JJJS, when do you plan to release the game? I have no idea. At least not for another year, that's for sure. It's not even close, to be honest. Okay, so what do I really want to do here? What do I really want to do? What's up, Cynic? How are you doing today? Okay, so right now I read the closest UV coordinate per face. This won't work. So we take the position of a face, we sample the nearest face of the source geometry, and then we sample the index of that face, and then we transfer the attribute of UV map apparel to this one. But we transfer it to face corners, and yeah, that's what screws this up. What's up, Cynic? I said good morning. How are you doing today? Okay, I do understand why we're doing face corner here. But I'm alright. Nice to hear, nice to hear. I'm kind of losing hope. It's not a very good feeling, but I'm gonna try to keep fighting. These like UV coordinates generally, they are managing to tear me down. Face corner, let's analyze this, or try to at least. Apply. Okay, didn't we get any? Okay, I don't know what happened there. Let's do geometry nodes, UV transfer, character mesh, apply. There we go. I want to get rid of these, so I want to get rid of these long meshes here. I don't know exactly how I should go around doing it, but shaders, I think we actually, the shader part of this apparel system actually got solved pretty quickly. But I do agree with you. It's a different way of thinking with shaders. It's like now it's all down to what parts of the character we should occlude based on what the character is wearing. And the idea was to do it based on UVs, but that seems to be like these parts. The stretched UV faces is what is screwing us at the moment, and I'm just trying to figure out like could probably do it like this, so or like the character mesh is nicely unwrapped like this, and then I want to transfer this data to this shirt, for instance, so that the arms covers the arms here and so on. But when we transfer the UVs, that's when we get stretches like this, because for a face might, like half of a face might be correspond to this part and the other half to this part, and then you get this long stretched face. Yeah. Like currently just doing it with data transfer, the proper data transfer node yields a much better result. Of course, there's nearest corner and best matching face normal here. It's a little bit more detailed or more specific. 0.1 island precision. I wonder if I want to go higher here. We'll see. UV apparel. Okay, so this is what we get with the built-in solution, and that's way better. But we still have the problem of a few stretched UVs, usually just concerning themselves, and mostly because of the lack of seams like this, as I understand it. I'm not too sure about what this one actually does. Can't you just select the stretched one and delete them? I can't delete them, but I could probably move them. But yeah, we still need the stretch one, but I would like them to... Or do we? Well, some of these are extremely annoying as well, because you can see this one, for instance. This one should go from there, there, to the there, there. But instead it goes to the other side for some reason. And the same with this one, but the other way around. And what do we have here? Yeah, something similar there. Like by implementing my own way of transferring the UV coordinates, I was hoping for seeing like a pattern I could try to avoid, but I just don't see it. Now, the UV unwrapping itself is pretty straightforward, and that one works. The problem comes when we try to transfer UVs from the character to the apparel. So basically what we try to calculate is the face corner here. Which face corner is it closest to on the character mesh? And it will probably get this one or something. And then it will just like copy the UVs from that one and apply them to this vertex, right? Or this face corner. The problem with these stretch faces comes from when, for instance, let's say, for instance, that it was down here. So that, or this one might actually be true. So this, when we try to get the UVs of this face corner, we get this one, which is part of the pelvis, which lies here. But when we try to get the UV of this one, we might actually get a face corner that is here, like is a part of the thigh, which is over here, and that's why we get a bridge between those two. So when this face tries to, so like part of this face UVs will be over here while the other part will be over here. Why do you need to transfer UVs and not create new ones? Like, I could probably create new ones. We could do it like this, custom UV unwrap, and then we have the arms here, and then we can try and match those to the arm. So we try and match them to this arm. That is something we could do. So we could just UV unwrap it, we get full control of how it looks here, we transfer them and rescale them so that they occlude the consistent, or the counterpart here. But that is gonna lead to so much extra. So for every apparel, I'm gonna have to do this manually. And that is, it's just too much time. Like, what I'm trying to do now is trying to implement an automatic way to do this. JDJS might be a problem with the seams. Yeah, it's nothing to do with the seams when we transfer the weights, because then these seams are just pretty much ignored. So let me do, why can't I clear seam? Clear seam. And then we do, how does it look now? So it looks like this. Data transfer, character mesh, UVs, UV apparel, apply. Okay, this is interesting. So now we don't have any seams whatsoever. We get a little bit of a weird result here on a few of these. Why do you need the sleeve UV and the arm UV to be overlapped? To make it work with the very nice masking system we have implemented in Unity. Well, that is the dream. Good luck on the meeting, Cynic. Like, it all comes down to how do we communicate between the character body and the shirt, that the shirt is overlapping the body. No, Tantan. Just ask us how many questions you want. Sometimes when you answer a question, try to explain what's going on. You might like find a new way to think and stuff like that. And I want to make sure that my viewers know what's going on. Okay, so in short, let's summarize this. I have a pretty nice apparel system. We have, like, when we define a set of clothing, we can define what it covers, like stomach, pelvis, thigh left. We can decide how, if it covers it tightly, semi-tight, and so on. So we have a nice apparel system in place. But if we put on a undershirt and then a overshirt that partly covers the undershirt, we sometimes get some ugly clipping. Or a better example might be, let's see here, shorts, or let's see here. Pants, shorts 2, I think it is. What's up, BCG Performance? I'm good. A little bit. It doesn't even follow. Like, I'm starting to lose hope of what I thought, like a system I thought I could make work. But we'll see. We'll see. And how are you doing? Sorry, Tantan, let's see here if I can get these to work, because I really want to show skin to body. Why doesn't they skin to the body? That's annoying. Okay, probably because of that one. So let's do that. Remove component. Apparel fit is very interesting. Why won't this skin? This is very annoying. Skin mesh renderer. Doesn't have any weights. Okay, just to make sure, I'm gonna do this. Ooh, actually, when I think about it, subdivision data transfer. Do we need subdivision? Oh, fuck it. Let's see if it was the weight values that was the problem for these pants. Nice to hear, by the way, BCG Performance. So there might be a case where the t-shirt's sitting loose and you don't want it to clip with the hoodie sitting kind of tight. I think I get it. Yeah, pretty much. So, like, some of those scenarios will be pretty much impossible to solve. But some of them I should be able to solve with a masking system. It's just... Okay, there we go. And it's also to avoid stuff like this. So you can see the skin is clipping through the legs a tiny bit. And so a modular system is perfect for solving this kind of problems. But I don't want to rely on one of those either. So instead I could just draw to the UV map, like these short, very tight pants, like they occlude this part of the body, don't render this part of the body. Pretty much. And we can kind of... What about see-through panties? Yeah, we're gonna handle that bridge, or that... We're gonna handle that whenever we have to cross that bridge, or whatever the saying is. I haven't really thought about it. But yeah, so... yeah, I don't think we're gonna have that in this game. But yeah, so that's the problem I have at hand. And like the modular solution that is pretty much standard is a great way to solve things like this, but it puts some constraints on the way you can design apparel. So for instance, I would like to have a tight shirt and an open hoodie. So I don't really know how one would go, how one would modularize that, like how you're gonna have to be cut up the character in very small pieces to make that work, pretty much. But maybe that's something I won't be able to support. We will see what happens. And the idea then is that we do something like this. Where do we have you? Short 02. These are the very short one, yes. So right now we have data transfer, mirror subdivision, data transfer, armature. So let's see here, data, we only have UV map now. Let's add modifier, another data transfer. I want to put it here. Once again, source character mesh, but this time face corner data, UVs, UV apparel, face data, something like this. Let's see if it works without applying this one, just leaving it like this. Select hierarchy, FBX, with rig export. So now I'm exporting it again. Let's see how it works, how it looks in game. Let's take a look at these pants. So we have clothes collection. We do have pants, shorts too. So we have these shorts here, subdivided, maybe not, that might not be needed. UV layout 1, we have this one, and channel 2, we didn't get the channel. Okay, so I probably need to do. It kind of sucks that I need to do it though. Let's see here. Shorts 2, data transfer 1, generate data layer. I thought it would be generated during like export, but maybe it doesn't. Would love to avoid having to click apply every time I wanna UV layout channel. Nah, okay, I'm gonna have to do it. So pans 2, short 02. So data transfer 001. Am I really gonna have to apply this one? It just feels weird. Let's do it. Apply. Okay, let's see now if we have gotten the correct UV layout. Channel 1. Okay, now we have channel 2. And this one is pretty fucked up, as can be seen here. But like now when we put this on, pieces of the character will be occluded. But yeah, we got these artifacts, so it doesn't work fully just yet. And I don't even know if it will ever. But yeah, so maybe UVs aren't the best way to go about this, I don't know. JDJS, will there be PvP? No, I don't think so. Is there a way Blender can automatically vertex paint overlapped parts of the body black and Unity can read the black vertex color and mask it? Like UVs is probably not the best way to go about this, because we get artifacts like this. Do I have another option? Because we need to communicate, so like a piece of apparel need to communicate with the underlying pieces of either apparel or body. And I thought doing this by texture and UV coordinates was the way to go, but unfortunately it doesn't seem to be the case. And this result is so bad, I don't know. This is probably the worst result so far. Let's do character 01, or actually let's see. Yeah, this result sucks. Could probably do, fuck it, is that possible? Could probably do some solution with vertex groups. So very similar to UVs, but when we work with UV or with vertex groups, we have the data per vertex. Does that actually, I'm gonna have to draw it to the textures in some way, I think. I'll be right back real quick. I need to grab a cup of coffee. Tea, I mean. Okay, back. It's a little bit annoying because this is the last piece of the apparel puzzle, and fuck, do I want to get this in place? And the best part with doing it with like UVs would also be that you like if we could get this system to work, this means that also like a overshirt will automatically with this system occlude an undershirt. So like the same logic that is applied to the skin is also applied to underlying apparel pieces, which is extremely nice. But yeah. Let's see. What do we have here? I have these two meshes in my game. I put on a hat and hair at runtime, as you can see. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a nice solution. That's actually a very nice solution for a like simple problem of like this. So they basically just occlude the top of the hair based on a plane they calculate from the hat here. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I can use this. This is very specific to these two models. But. But and with the short example, there's 3 planes for the 2 legs and a torso. Yeah, for the shorts. But then if we go back to the hoodie example once again, we will have a problem. Like another idea I had, yeah, so painful. Another idea I had, this is so, I don't know if this will solve everything, and it's also extremely, let's see here. Like I had an idea of, instead of rendering it to a texture using UV coordinates, you do an extra render pass where you just render apparel and draw to like a texture that is based on the camera. But that comes with its own problems as well. So yeah, that's not a solution either. Like if you have a loose t-shirt and you have a tight overshirt, the loose arms of the t-shirt might peek through the overshirt anyway. But yeah, it comes down to the communication between the apparel and between the apparels and the body, pretty much. But maybe it isn't that idiotic. Let me think. So what I think would solve most of my problems would be like generating this texture. So with the UV solution, you can generate the UV texture every time you change one piece of equipment or one piece of apparel, and then keep it like that. The other solution I'm thinking about is like rendering, like each frame we render all apparel to a texture, and that texture is used to mask it. But two issues: performance, and I can come up with some scenarios where it won't fix things. Unfortunately. Yeah, it's a very painful thing to try and solve. I'm open, 1010. I'm open. or intrigued rather. Do you know how baking textures work? So like light baking and shadow baking and stuff like that? Haven't worked too much with it. Oops. Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. I'm very intrigued now. Clifford Art 3D, thank you, appreciate it. Okay, so doing some form of baking. I'm intrigued. Like, that's what we've been trying to do in one way, right? But with UVs. We'll see. How can I pack data into like a texture way and avoid this shit? Let me just see how hard it would be to manually do these coordinate systems or coordinate UV unwraps. So if I do this, we take this one. Or each could each apparel nah. Let's see if there's a better way to transfer the data than I've already explored. Nearest face interpolated. Nearest face interpolated. I don't remember the result being good by doing it this way, but I mean, it can't really be worse. Oh yeah, it can. UV map transfer with data transfer model gives ripped borders. Yeah, let's see. Close to my issue. Clifford Art 3D, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it, especially during struggles like these. After retopolizing a marvelous design animation, ZBrush. Okay. Okay, I guess that's one way to use this. So you have a sculpt, way higher resolution, way more triangles, and then you retopolized it, and then you want to transfer the UVs from the sculpted version to the retop version, and then you might run into the same issues as I understand your pain. Yeah, appreciate it. The only thing that works is splitting meshes by UV islands and transferring individually. The UV data transfer feature of Blender will not perform well without the original mesh having UV seams set up. Depending on the try count of the seams, the transfer process will increase alongside it. Assuming you have UV mesh set up on the original mesh with proper islands, enter edit mode, enter the UV editing panel, Control A in both the perspective and the UV editing panel. Enter edit mode. Not entirely sure about this. Assuming you have a UV mesh set up on the original mesh with proper islands, we do have that. Enter edit mode on the original mesh, question mark. Control A. This is old, isn't it? Okay, 2021. I don't know about this. What's up, modding Minecraft? Still working on an apparel system that doesn't work as I want it to. Found a solution. Transfer UVs with nearest face interpolated. Select the border edge loops and add them to the new vertex group. Transfer UVs again. Yeah, this one I don't know. But, so, when we don't have edge loops on our new mesh, we do get some issues, of course. But having them doesn't really... It really doesn't change anything. Like, they are pretty much ignored. Shrink wrap modifier. The fuck? Shrink wrap modifier blender. I just want to see what this is. Pretty cool. I really thought UVs would be the best way to solve this communication between the different apparel models. I don't even know what else, what other option I have. Some form of projected data. Can we use vertex groups? I don't know. I'm trying to mask out parts of the character or apparel based on overlaying apparel, pretty much. So if I have these very tight shorts on my character, I don't want to render the skin underneath them, pretty much. And the idea was so when we equip these pants, where do we have you? When we equip the pants, we render a value stored in the pants vertex data to a texture like this. We render it to the UV coordinates, and this texture pretty much holds data that says which is later used when we want to render the skin or other apparel and compared with. And if the value in this texture is bigger than whatever value the one we're trying to render has, we don't render it. So it's basically what we do is, let's open up a shader. Draw calls are based off mesh and materials, right? Yeah, this is not the most optimized way to do it. But I don't care. It will only be for the playable characters. We're pretty much gonna have to like render a few sets of apparel that might not even be visible, but that I'm okay with that. So basically what we do when we render skin and stuff right now is we sample the mask texture, the one I showed you. If the mask value from the texture is bigger than input, so the vertex color green, then we just discard it. Yeah, I agree. So when we want to render a fragment of a skin or a apparel, we sample this texture, the mask texture. If the mask value is bigger than the vertex color G, then we discard it. Especially for the main character. Yeah, I agree. It's just fucking hell, these UV coordinates. I need a way to properly, I guess I could like Cypher sent a Discord link. Yeah, let's take a look. What the fuck? If your character is unable to change clothes in-game or has very limited selection of clothing, flatten. Oh, yeah. But this is just a modular approach. So this one, right? Let's see. Right now I just eat anything. I don't think I've seen exactly this one. Let's see. Okay, this is what we're working on. Would show all of the body's UVs, except the torso and shoulders as white. Yeah, so this is pretty much what we're doing. It's so that, yeah, this is pretty much what we're doing. I'm a little bit like for example, if you want to equip a t-shirt to your character, you mask your masking texture would show all of the body's UVs except the torso and shoulders as white and the rest as black. We bake the information into the mesh to save a texture, but we bake the information into the mesh. Yeah, so it's the last step. So a lot of what Benjamin Danger Johnson is saying is what we're already doing. It's just the communication, the last part. What a name indeed. Very cool, very cool. Ahead of time we charted out the different parts of the body we might want to hide. Each different region gets an integer code. Yeah, that's probably something like that I want to use. We save that code in vertex attribute on a mesh, like a vertex color or texture coordinate channel. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, I have actually seen this one, but it's probably a half year ago, I think. I remember this. Yeah, I don't want to slice it into pieces though. It does look appealing. Be right back real quick. back. Posted on Discord. Okay, I'm very intrigued. Let's take a look. Can I do this? Okay. Let's do it. But this means... let's see here. Does this mean that... how would I go about baking these? But this means, like, doing this solution also means that each apparel will have its own mask texture, right? Okay, but we can get around that, I think. We can just pack it into the vertices, I think. Okay, let's see. So let's start by baking it onto a texture. Where to start? So it's pretty much, I want to take these and project whatever, like, I want to color these, I want to create a texture, I want to color it based on what this one occludes here. Bake. How the fuck do... can I do... yes, we want to bake something. As we want to bake the occlusion of the pants, right? Here. Is that bake occlusion to texture blender? I don't think it will be that big of a problem for Unity to read it. But I do wonder, will I have the same... will I have the same issue? Kieran, the art part is just as complicated as the programming. Fuck yeah, it is, man. It's all complicated in different ways. I agree. Let's see, I've never done any baking in Blender. So let's see, Blender, bake to texture. Let's start somewhere. Render baking. Can be cycle shaders and lining can be the active image texture node or color attribute is used as the baking target. But I appreciate the help, Tantan, but how would I go about, like, how do we want to set up the baking to the texture for the best result? Or can I just do... Yeah, render baking. But like, what do I want to render? Is it... Fuck, I'm having a hard time trying to figure this one out. I do get like... Yeah, the question is like... So for instance, if we put lights all over the scene and then we pre-render a light map to this one, then this one would be white for every pixel that is not occluded by these, and black on the pixels where it is. So your texture map becomes your UV map, not your strange box texture. Which strange box texture? Oh yeah. The Atlas textures. Render object occlusion to texture blender, because that's what we want to render. We want to render like not ambient occlusion, but fuck. Basically just take your UV into paint, make it black and white. Nah. We want to bake onto this one. So we want to blender to handle the painting. We don't want to do it by hand, right? So for instance, like the quickest way I can think of is just add a lot of lights in the scene, and then we do a light map texture here, which means that it will be white everywhere where these are not occluding. But like when we bake it, when we create it, it's gonna be created based on how these are hiding this character, isn't it? Or am I misunderstanding something? Like this, for instance. This one will be pure black. This one will be black around here and white here. We just want Blender to draw this information. What's up, Unique Decoder? Have you tried set offset to make shirt appear higher or vertex displacement inwards for body in shader? Yeah, like it's not the result of the masking that is the problem, it's like how we get the data to do the masking. So instead of throwing away pixels like we currently are, you could do a vertex displacement solution as well, absolutely. But you just have to figure out which vertices to displace depending on what apparel that is currently covering other vertices, so to speak. Imagine your shorts are colored black and the body is colored white. Blender will bake where exactly on the white body black shorts are positioned. Yes. Yes. That I get. Um, mm, 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 mm. Now it's just a question of how I'm gonna do this in Blender. So for instance, let me show real quick. Alright, Brandon, enjoy that dinner. Found a tutorial that kind of suits for this purpose. Let's take a look. Kieran, so you're trying to render under the shorts as black or want a subtle shadow? For now, let's just do it binary. So the pixels underneath the shorts, pure black. The pixels not underneath the shorts, pure white. Okay, custom.
To move the wood around so that it shows the part of the wood that I want on the object. But if I tried to bake this, then there would be some problems because there's overlapping UVs, and also some of these islands go out of the boundary of the wood texture. So what I need to do is create a different UV map, and then I need to use this UV map for the wood, but I need to bake the new textures to the new UV map. So to do this, make sure you have the object selected, and you're going to click right over here on the object data properties, and then you're going to open up the UV maps. So I want to create a new viewing, but if you want to confirm that it's going to use the correct one, you could take this UV map mode. So first we need to go over some bake settings. So I'm going to click right here on the render properties, and to do texture baking in Blender, you need to use the Cycles rendering engine. Now if you are using Blender UV, that's fine. You just need to switch to Cycles, do the baking, and then once you're done doing the texture baking, you can switch to that. Now you can also open up the sampling here, and Blender actually uses the render samples to bake, but you actually don't really need any samples because adding more samples isn't going to make the bake nicer. So if you open up the render samples right here, I can just turn the render samples to 1, and this way it'll bake really fast, but it won't affect the quality of the bake. So I can now just close the sampling tab, and then we want to open up the baking tab right here. So then right here on the bake type, I want to change this, and I'm going to change this to diffuse. And so this way it's going to bake any color which is going into the shader. And then also I want to turn off off the direct and indirect, because if these are they're turned on, it'll actually bake the lighting data into the color, but I just want to bake the actual color. So I just want to bake the data which is going into the base coloring. So then before you hit the bake button, you need to make sure you have the correct object selected, and then what's also really important is to make sure you have the image texture selected that you want to bake to. And if it's selected, that way Blender knows that it's going to bake to it. And then I can click on the bake button, and it shouldn't take very long. And it finished. So if I press the tab key to go into edit mode, you can see here's the UV mapping, and if I scroll right over here, you can see here's the UV map bake. You can see that is correct. So now I just need to save the baked image to a texture on my computer. So I'll press tab to go back to object mode, and then you can click here on image, and you can
Yeah. So probably do something like this. Let's see here. Character mesh, material. But okay, so let's do it with, I could probably just like, I don't know if I'm tired or something, but it all comes down to like doing the actual baking to the texture. That's pretty straightforward, I think. I think the Blender documentation has it all right here, exactly how to set it up. But then we talk about like what specific data do I want to bake, and basically it's I want to bake to these UVs if it's occluded or not, right? Like I would want the characters to be white except for the parts underneath these pants. They should be black, and that's how we want to render this, and then we bake it, that result, to this texture. So the question is, how do we how do we want to make this shader in such a way that it renders everything white except for things that are behind this one. And I mean, one way to do it, do light, right? Let's learn some Python to script it. Yeah, maybe. Could probably also do it with geometry nodes, I think. Yeah, it's gonna be the same workflow for each apparel. Yes. So, but first we want to make this, see if it works, and then we might automate the process. Would you want to include a normal map too, so you get that bit of depth? I think we're just gonna go with depth in the end. I think. But I'm also thinking, so like with this solution, this means that every apparel will have its own texture. And yeah, maybe that's just how I need to do stuff, but yeah. No. Like the painting we're doing now on the body mesh, that's going to be the data used to mask out the body parts. The actual pant mesh will still be a 3D mesh. Or am I misunderstanding you right now? Yeah, exactly. So this is just another way. So previously we tried to rely on UV coordinates and our custom shader. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna bake occlusion basically to a texture, and then we're gonna use that texture to properly mask it. Kieran, is it common practice to render underneath as black, or can you lay over top? We're just gonna render whatever is underneath. We're just not gonna render it at all in game, that is. But let's see. Would love to be able to bake this onto the vertices themselves instead of, I see for performance, I'm guessing this is pretty much only going, like what we're trying to do now is purely for the visuals. Like I have this issue, or we have this issue, where apparel is clipping through other apparel and skin is clipping through other skin, and that sucks. But yeah, I guess I could do... so it will still use UV but not in engine. You just want to bash out block white for short, so it creates a white island. It's basically... yeah, so we want to create a mask texture for these pants. A texture that tells... yeah, so it's gonna hide the whole pelvis, which means that this part, I think it is, will be black. Ah, but fuck. So, for instance, I could do this. Let's see. Lights. And let's just do this. Think. These don't have any effect, or what am I missing? Probably not the best way to do it, but let's see. That's not what we want to change. Ooh, now we're talking, Kieran. Appreciate mask modifier. Let's see. Based on vertex groups. So just let's see, character mesh, Mask modifier. It's vertex group. Like it would rock if I could just mask what's underneath this one, and then we render 2, and then we bake it. So this one is not included. What's up, Ferda? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. But this is also camera based. I don't want to do it like I don't want it to be camera based. Light fall off. What's up, Cooler SK? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Blender. Jesus, I'm slow today. Blender. Bake. Occlusion mask to texture. Probably want to look at this. Yeah, I could probably just go with ambient occlusion. How are you doing today, Cooler? Okay, let's try this. Don't need all the lights. Let's just do ambient occlusion. What the fuck? Bake. We got image, image texture, new, bake, okay. What's up, Checks Party? Yeah, still struggling. Definitely. But maybe, let's see what happens now. Just need to change one thing here. Okay, let's see if I've understood this correctly now. Data properties, enable camera icon, then in render properties, bake, change combined path to ambient occlusion. What do we have here? No. Bake, ambient occlusion, output image texture, clear image. Should I try this? I don't want to open. Oh, I don't want to open. I want to bake. So this is bake right now. Let's see if we can get. Time remaining 25 hours. I don't know. Jesus, what are my bake settings here? Min sample 1020. Let's stop this one. Let's go. Shouldn't take this long to bake, right? fuck? Okay, let's see. Appreciate it. Let's take a look here then. So, make the shorts material. So I want a material on the shorts, right? Let's try that one. This one. And yeah, let's take a new one. New material. So I guess I can just make it. You're using principled BSDF. I should be able to use just diffuse, right? And just black. Shorts material. Create image texture node inside the shorts. So do one of these. Let's go with a new one. Let's do bake test. White is important. Alpha as well. Okay. UV map, but UV map here, which one should this be? So right now it's just. Don't I want this one to be... let's see, rendering. Diffuse. Okay, this is beautiful. Yeah, so these UVs are like I want to bake onto like the UVs as like then I guess I want to use the UVs of UV Apparel, but then we have the same problem as previously, right? So when it comes to the body has two UVs. and it's the UV map apparel, that is this one. The shorts, on the other hand, they have also two UVs. One is for color and the other one is the data transfer we got from the body, and that results in this. We still actually have a mirror here. Wait. You should still get... Yeah, still messy as fuck. What UV is the one for unwrapped body? Yeah, the apparel one then. But yeah, then it becomes this, because the UVs the shorts have are transferred from the character by closest. So this is not the way. Like, I won't be able to render the map this way, right? We must render it from the perspective of the character, right? I.e. occlusion. I think, but I don't really know what I think anymore. So like we want to draw it like this. We want to draw it based on these UVs, not some generated shit UVs. So what if we do this? Bake test, bake. Do I need to show the lights? So this one doesn't seem to affect the character mesh at all. I don't know about this. Oh yeah, I might want to have... Do I want to have... Am I missing the... this one? So let's do... Bake type and ambient occlusion. Why doesn't it? Or do it need to be? Oh, of course. Fuck, let's try new one here then. And do it white. bake test 2. And then we try to bake this one. What? Okay. Why is this what I'm getting? Oh, fuck it, let's do it with lights then. Let's do shadow. Stupid blended marmoset doesn't even need the shorts UV at all. Yeah, like the. So what we want to do is, this is. Given the shorts here, we want this texture to become. Like we only want whatever the shorts are occluding, we want that one to turn black here. That's like the main goal. But yeah. Diffuse. Shadow. Fuck. Yeah, hopefully the lights are not needed. But it's occlusion we want to render, right? We want to take this mesh, we want to render to this texture. We want to render black, we want to render white everywhere except for where the shorts are occluding it, right? Different context. Bake type. I thought ambient occlusion would do it, because we have these above the mesh. So I really thought I don't know why all of this is getting occluded. It's crazy. Like I want a texture exactly like this one, but only this part is black, pretty much. It's And then I wonder, why are we getting this one here? Oh yeah, I fucked up. It's from the previous render. Okay. So best case scenario, I don't want to use the shorts UV map at all. If we use the shorts UV map, we will get artifacts. If we use the shorts UV map, we will get the same artifacts as we previously had. So we don't want to use the shorts UV map at all. We only want to use the character UV map, and we want to draw based on what the shorts cover, pretty much. Yeah, I mean just in Blender, not Unity. Yeah, I'm not too sure we want to use them in Blender either, actually. Like, we want to base this on world occlusion. So I thought ambient occlusion would work. Like, do something like this. We have a plane. What the fuck? Why? Like, the pants would occlude it something similar to this. Now this is, my shorts do intersect a tiny bit, but this should be ambient occlusion. It should be not only intersection, right? So I have no idea why this didn't work for... No idea at all. Should get something. Like, why? But yeah, so this might be on to something. I'm very appreciate all help. So it's basically a question of how we want to, I'm definitely going to continue and see if I can get this finished up. But like, it's a big question of like how we pack and store the data. One way to do it was UVs, but that one didn't pan out. If we can get per apparel, figure out what UV coordinates it is occluding. and do something with that. So that's pretty much what we're trying to do here now. We're just trying to create a texture that has data of what part of the character this apparel is covering. I appreciate it, Tan, but like I'm a little bit, unfortunately I do not have more time to continue this today. It feels like we're extremely close. So if we get that texture, a texture that describes what the shorts cover, then we can use that one as the mask texture in Blender, and we can work with that. So doing it purely like this means that each apparel in the game will also have a texture, a masking texture, and then we're gonna have to work with those, like add them all together in the screen. Even better, yeah. That's a lot of textures indeed. But like in a game, it's like something like this usually has at least 2 textures in games. They usually have a diffuse map and a normal map, maybe even a specular map, and so on. And I'm not using any of those. I'm just gonna have a apparel mask texture, but we will see. I'm not entirely, like, I would like, best case scenario would be to bake this information in some way and then not bake it to texture, but bake it to vertex data or something like that. Tan, I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure yet if this is a good solution or not. I'm gonna try and finish it tomorrow. It might be a good solution. We'll see. Yeah, if we had some normals on the pairs, they would look extremely nice, but I don't know about that. But okay, I'm not giving up on this solution just yet. I'm gonna continue it tomorrow, hopefully bring it over the finish line, and we will see if it's good enough or not, or if we can build upon it or not. The fight continues indeed. Thank you for all the help. Hopefully I will see you tomorrow as well. Watch me bang my head against this wall. But yeah, and once again, thank you for all help. You've been great. Thanks for watching. Have a great rest of the day. Peace.